I'm really sorry about that, everyone. I'm having some type of issue getting my Twitch stream actually loaded up and going right now. I don't know exactly what the problem is. I've had this issue once before, and it seems to be working okay for me now, but I keep getting this, like, random black screen. So if you guys aren't, or if you guys over on Twitch are having issues seeing the stream, I strongly recommend switching over to either YouTube or Kick. I'm not totally sure what the issue is otherwise, but we're gonna go ahead and get started. I appreciate everybody hanging out and being here with me. We are working on Absolution today, and when we last left off, we were actually working on, I guess I can actually show this screen. We were working on Lazarus's modified gameplay. So I have it fixed up. I have the code working pretty well right now. So I actually want to just load this up and show you guys what we're working with right now. And then we'll move into like actually working on the mod itself. So just while this gets loaded, I'm gonna put this on the intermission screen for a second. Here we go. Alright. So for Lazarus's rework, we start with a new item called Soulstone. You can see it down on the bottom right. And the way that this works is every kill that we get, they'll drop a little soul on the ground, and when we walk over it, it's supposed to add a charge, but for some reason it's not. Why is that not working? Oh, why did I get ips? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I think something might be broken. I'm not sure why it's not charging. It's supposed to. Let me show you how it's supposed to work. We'll have to fix that. How it's supposed to work with somebody like Isaac, for example. We'll give Soulstone here, and then we debug 4. Whenever we kill an enemy, it gives us a little bit of charge, right? And then if we can get up to 50 total charges, then on every character but Lazarus, it will kill us, it'll revive us, and it will give us a whole bunch of rewards. So it actually, in the code, it activates both a Lazarus Soulstone, or the Soul of Lazarus, and a Suicide King at the same time. Now, bosses and champion souls are like extra special. They provide more charge. We can only get 10 charge per room. So that sound means that we already collected our 10 in that room, so we can't actually get. So there's no point in continuing to collect those souls. So like this room, we will absolutely end up getting more than 10 souls in. And like I said, there's just simply no point in gathering more than 10. I'm actually going to go ahead and do debug 10 here, because I'm just tired of it. So yeah, no point in continuing. And then, I guess, we can actually just keep debug pending until we get all of our souls. So it seems like there is an issue right now with adding charges to the pocket active. Yeah, you can see we get some items. We were revived with half a heart. We no longer have the item anymore. That's it. Done. That's it. So I am not exactly sure what the issue is with gaining charges on when it's in our pocket. I wonder, so one of the things that I did to help kind of remove some of the excess code here is I This line here, where it does a for loop to check which slot the active item is in. I used to have that under each, like every single entry, but I removed that, and I have it define like its own variable. So I wonder if let me go to our frame updates, Soulstone. So where we collide with, and we set our active charge here, it should be setting it to, oh, that's exactly what the issue is here. So instead of, this is the one part of the code that I forgot to change it in. So it used to just use slot here like this for loop does. I forgot to change that section to its own variable. Whoops. No, not, sorry, not item only. We want, active slot. It basically helps keep, from us, it helps us not have to define the same thing over and over again, is essentially what it boils down to. So let's go ahead and test this again. See if this. So go back to Lazarus here. So essentially what was happening is slot in that section, how it said, you know, add it to this slot. Slot wasn't actually defined properly, so it was constantly adding it to zero, to slot 0. There we go, now it's actually adding the charge correctly. But because we didn't actually have the item in slot 0, it wasn't doing anything. Alright, perfect. So that's how it's functioning right now. However, what I want to do is I want to have it do something different for Lazarus, and that's the part that I actually have not determined yet. So right now Lazarus has a few gimmicks, but I have not been able to figure out like what I actually want him to do, right? So here, I guess I can zoom this in a little bit, make it easier to read. So right now, this is our functionality of what the Soulstone itself does, right? So on its own, enemies will drop the souls, they have to be picked up for charge. Notably, the enemies actually don't die here, they get removed from the game, which itself kind of prevents some certain interactions. For example, like a bomb fly, how it explodes when it dies, because the Soulstone removes the enemy instead of letting them die, it actually won't explode. So it's one thing to keep in mind with this item. It's actually intentional. I have it like that intentionally. So that's what the Soulstone does always. And then it's a one-time use item that kills the player. However, for Lazarus specifically, I have some additional effects here. So if Lazarus dies, then it actually causes the Soulstone to break. So instead of being removed altogether, he gets a broken version of the Soulstone. Okay, so one of those things is as long as the Soulstone is not broken, then he does not receive the red heart penalty to devil deals. So can only have red health, but he doesn't remove the chance for the devil deal if the Soulstone is not yet broken. So if he hasn't died yet and he takes red heart damage, he does not get that penalty. Okay. Now, additionally, I want the broken version of the Soulstone to do something more, something that is both bad and good, like something that is kind of a, you know, so-so side grade sort of deal, because the only way to break the Soulstone is if you die. And if you die, you come back as Lazarus Risen, which means that you automatically get like the base vanilla version of like the upgrades that Lazarus Risen gets, right? So you already get the benefit from dying, But because it's Lazarus, that's how Lazarus works. So I want there to be like something additional but not exclusive. And then additionally, I wanted to do something that could also be beneficial if Lazarus doesn't use the Soul Stone. So if he just keeps it, you know, at full charge, if he just keeps it in his back pocket. So essentially, if he doesn't die and he doesn't use the Soul Stone, what happens? And then I want an additional functionality for when he does use the Soul Stone. I could just make it so it still kills him and automatically activates the Lazarus, you know, risen form like dying regularly does. But I want something like different, right? I definitely don't want it to activate the Suicide King card. But I'm just not sure what that is. So what we need right now is we need what does activating the Soul Stone do? We need what does the broken Soul Stone do? And what does the Soul Stone do at full charge but not activated, right? Those are the 3 steps that we need. So what we have defined in our code right now already is when we activate the pocket active, or not the pocket active, but the active item right here, we can see that specifically if we are not Lazarus, then it activates the Suicide King and the Soul of Lazarus, right? Actually, can I zoom into this too? Kind of. I'm not going to, because that makes it look a little weird. And then it removes the Soul Stone, right? So what I want to do is, you know what, actually, I just realized that I don't need this for loop here either, because of the way that I simplified that that entire function earlier. I can actually just flat out do this here as ao.activeSlot.Soulstone, which is what we have defined earlier. And that'll just remove it from there. Again, kind of helps us clean up our code a little bit. We don't have to do the same code over and over again because of that. Now, again, so specifically, this is for every character but Lazarus. Now, I did not specify Lazarus Risen, because in the code, Lazarus Risen is a separate character entirely, okay? So, Lazarus is player type 8. Sorry, not Tainted Lazarus. Lazarus Risen is player type 11. The game considers a different character. Okay, so I want to, or I didn't specify Lazarus Risen here because with his gimmick, the only way that you should have Soul Stone is if you are Lazarus and not Lazarus Risen. Because as soon as you become Lazarus Risen, it means that you've died, and if you've died, then that means that you don't have this. You have the broken Soul Stone instead of the regular Soul Stone, right? So separately here, we're going to determine what Lazarus's stuff is. And I just, that's the part that I'm stuck on. Like, I don't know exactly what to do here. So I'm thinking I don't necessarily, I'm wondering, okay, so what I had before the last time I streamed this, what I did is, if Lazarus dies by any means at all, then when he goes into Lazarus 2 form, he has a reduced fire rate, reduced move speed, and reduced shot speed. Okay, kind of like, you know, a slow zombie, essentially, is the idea. What I did as well is originally the Soul Stone would just kill you, right? And so I wonder if it would be worth, if, like, bringing that back, because specifically before, if you died to the Soul Stone, you did not get this reduction. So we can still make it so the Soul Stone kills you, and you don't get the reduction. Maybe we could also make it so it does, like, something additional, like, kills the monsters in the room or something sort of deal. We could potentially have it be a reduced activation cost. So instead of taking 50 souls like it does for other characters, we could do like, I don't know, 30 or something like that. Make it reduced, so that way it's easier for Lazarus to activate each floor. And then that way we get the bonus the bonus damage and luck, but not the reduced fire rate and move speed. So let's, you know what, let's start with that. Let's start at square one. Let's start with that. I don't think that's a terrible idea. So I think in my flags here, I should still have a Boolean, yeah, right here, Lazstone, or Lazres, one of these two, Lazstone. This one determines if we have died to the Soulstone specifically. So let's go ahead and make it so if we are Lazarus and we activate the Soulstone, then player kill, right? It'll kill us. And then we're also going to set ao.check.laststone to true. Okay. And then with our stats, specifically we're looking for fire rate. So right here, fire rate. We're going to do if ao.check.laststone equals, or double equals true, then we increase our fire rate. Okay, so that way if we die and we don't get the increased fire rate, or no, if we die with the Soulstone, we don't get, well, this is actually a lower fire rate, so I know that's confusing, but plussing here actually does reduce your fire rate. It's because of how the base game is coded. Having a larger fire delay means that there's more seconds between, or more time between shots, more frames between shots. So if the check is true, so what I did before, so we actually have a pretty hefty penalty if it is false. So if you die by any means but the Soulstone, then you get a big penalty, okay? And we're going to do the same for, so we keep the luck here. We're going to do the same for move speed, okay? So if, we're actually just going to copy this because it's the same if statement. So if it is true, then we only get the -4. But if it's not true, then we're actually going to get, whoops, a -65, I think it is. I think that's what I did before. And then same here, if this is true, then we only get this -0.5, or 0.15, sorry. And then if it's not true, then we get a -3. I just realized that typing this point will... it will mute my microphone because it's actually what I have my mute button on right now. Whoops. That's okay. I just have to keep an eye out for that. So let's go ahead and test this. So if I die as... if I die by any means that is not the Soulstone, we should get a really hefty damage, or sorry, reduction in like move speed and stuff. I also just realized that my now playing is not updating. That's pretty awkward. This is definitely not Death Whistle by Signs of the Sword. Okay, so let's just die to this curse room door right here, right? Okay, well, did not mean to go in it. So when we revive, we get a huge move speed down, huge penalty to our fire rate. We do still get our damage up, which is expected. We also got our luck up, okay? Now, let's go ahead and restart. We have our Soulstone. Actually, I I just realized something. Did that get replaced with the broken version? I need to pay attention this time. No. It actually got removed, so I'll have to check that code too. So we need to make sure that the broken version gets added back. But if we debug 8, which is our infinite item charge flag, we activate that. So we do still get a move speed, shot speed, and a fire rate penalty, but it's not nearly as extreme. Okay? Good. I like it. So let's fix that real quick. So when this should be in our frame updates, I'm pretty sure. When we become Lazarus 2, yeah, right here, we have that same issue where slot is defined, but we don't actually want to define slot here. So this is if we're dead, then we have revive, and we don't need this section here. Actually, hold on. We just don't need the for loop. We need the rest of this. And then we need, instead of slot here, we want AO.active item, or active slot dot soulstone. And then we want to replace everywhere that's at slot with that information. Not active slot. I did not copy this entire thing here. Whoops. Alright, try that again. And let's make sure that this properly replaces this time. You know what's interesting is that it removed it, it just didn't try to add it back. Huh. I wonder why it did that. The code shouldn't have even removed it. It should have just failed entirely. Okay. All right. So no, it still didn't add it back correctly. Why? So why didn't that add it back? Oh, wait, I know why. It's because... No, that's not why. Hold on. I have to have something real quick, so let's do... Soulstone is in slots, and then slots. Okay. So it says Soulstone is in slot 2, for sure. So why is that not working? Even if we get rid of the soul stone, it should still be defined as slot 2. It's removing it correctly. Let's try this. Let's do print success and print not in pocket slot. You know what? Actually, what we can do is error slot was, and then AO dot active slot dot soulstone. It's not even adding it at all. Actually, it's not even adding it in our regular. I wonder what's up with that. Yeah, something is wrong here, I think. But like I said, it's not even adding it as a regular active item, which is strange. One of those two things should be happening, and neither are. I tested it earlier before I made the change to the for loop, and it did work. So I don't know what's up. See, we're not getting an error or anything at all.
I swear I've been broke way too long.
So it's successfully removing it. But it's not. What? I must have another. There must be something else that's like messing with this. Let's check this statement here. So that's the charges. This is... It's doing it here? Oh no, this... Okay, so this is the loop to fix the soul stone, which I'll have to test as well. What? I don't understand. Alright, let's check the remove collectible, I guess. We don't care about Ram's Horn. Oh god, what was this? Rotten Apple, don't care about that. Don't care about Eve. So, what's going on here? You know what, I just realized we don't actually need this check anyway. Because we're not... we don't need this because there's no possible way that he'll get the item in a different slot. Which, I mean, that's actually not entirely true. Technically, he could get it through, like, death certificate or whatever, but, I guess let's just Let's just flat add it as a pocket active. I wonder if I even need to remove it. I probably don't even need that statement. I guess let's try this. I don't know why that would make such a difference. Let's see. I just don't understand why it was successfully reading the removal check, but it wasn't, it's not resetting the item. Is it the activation itself? Is it getting removed here? No. Why is this not working? What did I... Oh, I see. I see what's happening. Okay, let's test... Let's comment this out and see what happens. Like, it's not an issue with debug 8 either, because I tested it without it. I don't understand why it's successfully removing the item, but not adding it back. I don't get it. Okay, so, okay, hold on. Something is going on here. So, I think I figured out what's happening. It's getting removed in a different place. So where else are we removing this collectible except here when we use it? So for some reason, the activation removal is not happening until the character's already dead. No, it still got removed. What? What? I don't understand. So... what is happening here? I genuinely don't understand. There's only there's two possible spots that the item is being removed. And when it is being removed, it's like not actually setting this back. It's like this part of the code is just not firing. Oh, again, shit. I know why. I think it's because of this. But again, if it's because of this line, which again, we just don't, flat out don't need here. Why would it be triggering the removal? I'm gonna actually test something here. I think that's the issue? Probably? Okay, let's cool. That worked. Wow. So we actually don't even need the remove statement here. We could just set the pocket active to override it, which is good to know. And then down here, I wonder if I keep this removal, is it gonna cause issues? I'm gonna test it. So essentially what was happening is the active slots of 2 was not properly detecting the variable that I defined. Or vice versa, I guess. But it was kind of redundant code anyway, so it's okay, I guess? So... perfect. Okay, cool. Now what I also want to do is I want to test and make sure this works by dying by any other means, too. Yeah, perfect. Okay. Awesome. Alright. That's functional. That was so weirdly difficult. Again, pointed out an issue with the code itself, which is good, but man, I don't know. So what? Oh, whoops. Muted my mic and was typing in my code. So that covers that part of it, right? So if we die by any means, the soulstone gets broken. If we die specifically by the soulstone itself, it'll still break, but it's less of a penalty to our stats. And I actually wonder if it would be beneficial to do maybe no penalty to the stats, because it's kind of difficult to die to the soulstone, right? That actually might be the best here. Sorry, I listened to all of this music earlier. In case you're wondering, Spotify's shuffle feature sucks. So we're gonna skip past all that. Okay, so what I want to do is, now that we have all that defined, right, all that is functional, we should, you know what, we should test this. If we have the broken soulstone, if we pick up a boss, well, does it still fix it? I want to make sure that part of the code still works. Alright. Alright, now we just need to kill a boss. You know what, I actually don't even... Well, I'll test it in the boss room anyway. I actually don't think it needs to be in the boss room, but... I'll need to check that in the code. I need to make sure that it does specify boss soul in the boss room. You can actually see that the souls aren't being dropped with the broken soul stone either, which is great. Well, that's not great. Now it just didn't drop the soul at all. Now it didn't even drop the boss soul. So we need to make sure that the boss soul is still dropped in the boss room with Soulstone 2. So right now, for bosses specifically, we have a check for where is it right here? We have a check to see if they have the Soulstone. So I wonder if with this part of the code, if we should check if they have the Soulstone or Soulstone 2, right, on both of these, because our other one is for NPC updates, right here. Because I had talked about, you know what, actually I do want to do that, because I want to do some additional stuff with Soulstone 2 in relation to the souls anyway. So we actually want to do, we want these to drop if they have either version of the Soulstone. So let me do this real quick. And this should fix that. And then I'm now going to go ahead and test to see if the boss soul will still fix a broken soulstone. But I will actually, I'm going to take a super quick break. I will be right back. Man, what the fuck are we listening to? Definitely not a song on my playlist, that's for sure. Alright. So now, we debug 8. We're gonna debug 4 and spawn a Monstro. Our souls still spawn. And that still works. Beautiful. Now, actually, that makes me think of something. Technically, Lazarus 2 can get the souls, or he could technically activate the soulstone again. So I want to make sure that doesn't happen. So what I want to do is I want to make sure that collecting the boss soul only fixes the item if it's the boss room, I think. Oh man, that's rough. Maybe we could do it just fixes itself going onto a new floor. Or I like having the option to not fix it, right? Because it's gonna do something on its own. I don't necessarily want to force the player to fix it, but the issue is that on later floors, like womb, for example, or the chest, and like later, a ton of bosses, or what the game considers to be bosses, can spawn per floor. And each of those can drop that boss soul. So I think what I want to do is find a way to make sure that it's limited to one per floor. And then find a way to make it optional, right? So that way if it is broken, then the player can keep it broken if they want to. So what if we do... You know what I can actually do? I have an idea. Make the whole thing super simple. The soul stone can still fix itself if you collect a boss soul in the boss room, but you can only activate it once per floor. So if you have already died, you can't intentionally activate it. Because we actually already have a check for that, right? We already have if the player becomes... Where the hell is it? Right here. If the player becomes Lazarus, then we already have a check for that. Or Lazarus Risen, I should say. Player 11, type 11. So what we can do is... maybe before we activate it, because we have a... What is this? We should have like a callback for active item use. Check our mod callbacks. Yeah, right here. MC pre-use item. So right before we use it, we're gonna want to check to see if if we have already revived, and if we have, then we want to return false, right? Or true rather. Return true. That way it can only be used once per floor for reals, right? I think that'll be the trigger there. So let's go ahead and add this callback here. Let's do function LP reactive. And what were the... It's item RNG player. Let's do this. So I think it's actually the same as the other one. So item RNG player flags and slot, right? Yeah, perfect. Okay. And then we'll just do an end here, and then we'll come down here and do add a callback here. Nope, not catch flags. Callback. LP dot reactive. Okay. And then we're gonna do if soulstone here. So if our item equals ao.itemid.soulstone, then if ao.check.lasres double equals true, then return true. Now that will still discharge the item. You know what we'll do, actually? We'll do a player animate sad. And then return true, so that way it does not trigger this stuff here. And then I guess let's test it. It should be kind of difficult for Lazarus to be able to activate it more than once per floor. But again, on later floors with a ton of bosses, it's not going to be too difficult. Alright, so we're going to debug 8. Debug 4. We're going to die. We're going to spawn a Monstro. We're going to fix our Soulstone. Now, of course, because we're on debug 8, it doesn't remove our charges, but now we can't, right? But we do have a fixed Soulstone again, which still comes with its own benefits, right? We'll still be able to get souls and stuff. Yeah, see? Perfect. Okay, cool. So that, again, that gives the player the opportunity to just straight up not fix our Soulstone. Oh, sorry. I actually do want to limit it to also making it so the Soulstone only fixes in the boss room, right? So you can go up to our frame updates. If we have Soulstones 2, then we want to check. So if it's so I think I actually want to make sure that when we have Soulstone 2 and those souls are spawning, we don't actually want to collide with them at all, right? So we only want to fix the Soulstone. We only want to, here, let's do this. Let's check and see, even before we do this for loop, I think, like at all here, I want to check to see if room get type double equals 5. That's boss room. 5 is boss room. So this loop here should only run if we're in the boss room. Now, I actually just realized there's a couple things that I can remove here too, and the reason why is because, again, we have made it so you can only get the Broken Soulstone if you are Lazarus. This used to be if you were any character, you could get the Broken Soulstone, but I've removed that completely. So what I want to do is, we don't need this remove statement. We don't need to check and see if they have the Soulstone. We don't need to make sure that it is in another slot. We just do this stuff, like, just flat out, right? Because regular or all, like, normal characters cannot fix the Soulstone, just Lazarus can, right? So let's try this. So now this should be only a boss soul in the boss room can fix the Soulstone, which actually makes it way easier to avoid accidentally fixing it if you don't want to. And I think what's cool about that mechanic too is I can make it so certain unlocks are tied to the state of the Soulstone. So, for example, you know, beating X number of floors with a broken stone, you know, gets you a certain type of unlock or whatever. I haven't thought about full game unlocks yet. We're getting there. So let's go ahead and debug 8. Let's die. We'll debug 4 and we'll spawn a Monstro again. And then this should still spawn the soul, but it shouldn't do anything. Right. So let's go ahead and give the mind. Let's debug 3 for infinite health. Let's get, you know what, let's actually debug 10. Just to run through here real quick. So right now, these souls are still dropping, but they don't do anything. So let's stop our debug 10. So now this should fix our soulstone. Perfect. Beautiful. All right. So now we have it so Lazarus can intentionally fix it or choose not to, and it doesn't matter, you know, if you die more than once per floor somehow, it'll account for that. So now we come back to what do we actually want this thing to do, right? So we have activating it just flat out kills the player, which is fine. So I think that's fine, right? So let's do this. So, activating stone for Laz. No. Activating the stone kills Laz, but reduces stat penalties for reviving. Cool. So I'm thinking, again, because these deaths are, like, we want to make each possibility important, right? So there's 3 possibilities. Lazarus dies, Lazarus doesn't die, and then Lazarus, like, doesn't die and continues having, like, a super powerful soulstone. Which actually, I guess, could be unrelated to whether he died or not. So, I'm thinking, like, some sort of instability here. So either when it's broken or when it's full charged. Let's say, like, there's a chance every time you enter a room that if it's full charged, then it explodes, dealing a whole bunch of damage, and doing maybe activating like a Mama Mega effect. That could be kind of cool. We could also do something like a if it's broken, souls themselves have a chance to explode, maybe. I'm trying to avoid this item from becoming too much like Vade Retro. That's my big concern. Maybe souls can turn into friendly wisps? That could be kind of interesting. You know, that actually could be really interesting. So if the soulstone is broken, then collecting 10, no, maybe call it like 5 souls in a single room gives you a wisp. Or, man, see, this is the part that I'm struggling with. This needs to be interesting, right? it needs to be interesting enough that both states are desirable, and we don't want to shit. I'm very stuck here. Let's do this. Let's mess around. Let's like go in game with Lazarus right now. Maybe like do partially a legit run and kind of mess around and see. Okay. What can we do to make that death interesting? I almost definitely want to make it so if man. My original thought was to be able to use the souls as currency. Maybe find a way for... Maybe find a way for it to be activated even when it's not at full charge. And then, allow the souls to, I don't know, like, pay for bombs or coins or something. I can almost for sure, I think what, like, a passive effect that I want to do... Oh, I'm not gaining charges anymore. I gained 1 charge, but I'm not anymore. Like, I know it takes 50, but I should have a lot more than this right now. Is it something to do with punching bag? I mean, the items are still dropping the way they should. Or the souls, I mean. Collected, so it's still tracking more than 10 per room. Why are we not getting charged anymore? I have a feeling it's something to do with punching bag, and it's making it so it's like having a second player is breaking it. Come on. No, it's literally just not charging the item past 1. Why? Oh, I know why. I know what I did. No, that's resetting for room, isn't it? Hold on. Yeah, it is. It's just not doing this. Oh, is it? I wonder if it's having issues reading the active slot again. So I think that part works not in the pocket, right? Well, clearly it works once. Why is it not working again? I'm very confused. Oh, you know, hold on. We want to play somebody who is Nazarus. We get our 1, right? Okay. So that... it's working if it's not in the pocket slot. Why does it stop? Why doesn't it work for the... why does it add 1 in the pocket slot and then just stop? That's so strange. I don't get it. It's gotta be an issue with this, right? So what if I just... okay, I'm just gonna test it. What if I flat out just replace this with 2, right, for the pocket slot? Give this a shot. Doesn't look like that worked either. No, it's not. It's not working. That's so strange. And like I said, I mean, clearly it's counting, right? Because it's making the noise again. There's something just inherently wrong with adding the charges. It's making the correct noises and everything, so like this section of the code is tracking correctly, but it's not correctly charging. That's really weird. I wonder if it would be worth doing this math here. You know what? Actually, hold on. I have an idea. We're already doing the math here, right? This is the exact same math. So what if instead of setting it to whatever the current charge is plus this counter, right? The issue is that this counter gets reset each room, though. I am still gonna try it. I wonder if there's some issue with this, but we're gonna do AO deck counter. Oh, you know what? You know what the other issue with that is that if our counter it grows exponentially, right? Yeah, what is up here? Let's check the documentation and see if we can see anything about setting active charge. No, there's like no bugs or anything that's listed here. Okay, you know what? Actually, I have an idea. Let's, I'm gonna keep this here and not mess with it. I'm gonna add a second line here. So what if we do player set active charge, and then we're gonna set it to whatever our soul counter is. And then we're just gonna slap slot number 2 in here. Just to check it, just to test it. Let's try that. Okay, sets it to 1, sets it to 2. So that works. There's something wrong with this math. Even though this math works perfectly fine, Oh, I know exactly what the problem is. I think get active charge requires a slot input, and I forgot to include it. That's exactly what the issue is. God damn it. I did not indicate which slot to check. So what it's doing is it's checking slot 0, but my active charge for slot 0, which is the regular active item slot, is always going to be 0, so it's always going to only add 1. It's going to set the charge to 1 instead of adding cumulatively. Man, sometimes, man. Okay, so that should fix that issue, right? And now I don't even remember what we were checking. Right, we were just playing. We were playing just to see if we can figure out what we wanna do here. Man, all right. Sorry about that. So let's go again. Let's figure out this last thing. So I'm thinking what I can do is if the soul stone is broken and you take damage, it explodes and removes any souls in the room. Give it an extra little another passive effect. And then we want to make it so those souls are somehow valuable, though. They do something, right? What is that something? That's actually working now. I can't believe that. Now, I actually don't know if I can collect this. I can't. So because it went over a rock, I can't collect it. I could bond for it, but it's not that necessary. Explosivo is actually kind of good. It's fine, I guess. So I like the idea of it having a passive effect, but I want it to like actually do something. Like, players want a reason to keep it instead of fixing it. Maybe even make it so the Soul Stone itself can be activated to do something. We already have 2 penalties, right? We have the passive effect of it removes your Devil Deal protection. For, you know, taking red art damage. And then it'll have another passive effect on top of that. So, like, we need something that isn't a passive, right? We need it to activate to do something, but we also need to remember that it doesn't have charges, right? Its charge is 0. Currently, anyway. I could change that. It doesn't have to remain 0. I'm not out of ideas. I'm just not sure how to make it interesting, you know? Like, what can I do? And then, like I said, on top of that, there needs to be a benefit of actually using it. See, like, I just got hit there, but I didn't remove the Devil Deal because I still have the Soul Stone. But, like, at full charges... Of course, I'm actually slowly bleeding out here because Anemic is active. Which is another one of his gimmicks. Like, oh, I forgot to collect that other soul. So what's the benefit of leaving souls behind in some cases? Oh, bitch. Is it worth it to make it so the souls aren't collected at all? Or they do continue to collect like that? Should they continue to collect, or should they... Do you just, like, run over them? Like, they still drop, but they don't... You can't actually use them. Should I go with that original idea of making it so... I did not know Explosivo could destroy Stonies. That's new to me. Should I make it so... Man, I don't even know. I got so distracted with that Stony thing. Come on. I need to come back for this. I don't want to grab it right away. And I'm just so torn. I also don't want to make, like, one thing, like, super powerful, right? Like, we need to also make it so collecting items and things is important still. Aw, bitch. Maybe we could do some type of, like, necromancer thing. Like I mentioned, something with wisps, or something with friendly souls, or something like that. I don't know. I'm gonna sit on it for just a second. I'm gonna take a quick bio break. I'm gonna think about it. I'll be right back. Okay. I haven't come up with anything solid yet, unfortunately. So let's incorporate this, right? So let's do taking damage, explodes, souls in room. Right, let's do that. Let's start with that. So do I already have an Isaac takes damage here? Yeah, right here. So let's do Soulstone. So if you have Soulstone 2, then we want to run our for loop for trying to find these entities, right? Oh shit, actually. We forgot something in this for loop. Oh, whoops. We want this for loop. So we're gonna check for the entities in the room. God, I forgot to grab the local... This. So we're gonna check for all the entities in the room. If they're that specific entity or that specific type of effect, then we're going to remove them. And then we're going to, I think it's Isaac.explode, I think. Yeah. So let's do Isaac.explode. Our position is entities I.position. Our source is entities I. And then our damage, we don't want it to do a ton of damage, so I think bombs do... I know soul hearts do 40, I think bombs do 100. So let's do 40. And Isaac shouldn't be able to take damage from this because he's already going to be in his iframes, right? Because he took damage. So let's try this. We could also like have it play a special sound for doing that. We'll see if we need to. So let's debug 8 and die. Let's debug 4 and grab Dole Razor. Oh shit. I broke something in the code too. So no, that absolutely can kill Isaac. So how do I actually make it so Isaac.explode doesn't hurt Isaac? Other than making the damage 0. Oh, it's a float. Oh, that's why. So we want like 0.4? Because a float is 0 to 1. I think that's what we're looking for. Let's try that. I actually think I know how I can trigger it. Oh, I don't want to be Isaac. It'll be a long workaround to make him immune, but I think I could do it. What? What? I don't have 2 points here. Oh, what? Down here. How did that happen? Weird. I'm not entirely sure what did that. Alright. Do this again. Man, it really doesn't like that. Something's up with... Something's up. Something is up somewhere. What if we just make it do 0 damage? Yeah, we'll do that. Okay. So... I think the other thing that I want to do is make it so a charged stone becomes unstable, and whenever you walk into a new room with a fully charged stone, it'll release like a certain number of those souls as maybe like poltergeist stones. Do like a random chance with a random number, but only if it's fully charged, right? So, if broken, taking damage causes souls to explode. This deals no damage, but removes them. And then down here, entering a new room has a chance to remove X to Y souls from the stone, causing them to become purgatory spirits. So let's try that. Okay, so entering a new room, we'll make sure it's a new room with combat, right? So new room. What the hell? Do I actually not have new room on here? Frame updates, new floor, new game. I don't. No, it's right here. What? Wow, I'm just blind, I guess. Holy hell. I thought this was one thing. Ignore me. Alright, let's try this. So we'll do Soulstone. If player has collectible Soulstone. Do I want this to work for everybody, or do I want it to only work for Lazarus? Let's do only Lazarus. We can also just put these counters under here. And then if player get player type is 8 or 11, then we want to do an RNG check. What should the chance be? Do like a, I mean, just like a 50-50, I guess. No, I don't want to make it happen super often. Right, so let's make it like a 1 in 4. So let's do this. So if RNG random int 100 is less than 25, then... And then we'll do a for loop. So for I equals 1 and RNG random int... like 4, maybe? Maybe let's do 2 and 4. Do. And then... So for each of those, so that's between 1 and 4 souls that get released when this triggers. Oh wait, shit, hold on. So we actually want to, so if well, okay, do we want to do this always, or do we want to do it... No, let's just do it specifically when it's fully charged. Which actually could mean that we do a higher chance, because it would be harder to recharge it. Let's do a 33. Yeah, that could work. So... if shit, I need to do get active charge. Where did I define max charge? Oh, right here. That's fine. I don't want the Maggie stuff. Oh my god. Stop giving me the Maggie stuff. This is fun. Okay. Hold on, I'm gonna go back through and close on this. Okay. Do this in our frame updates. Frame. We want it to be like greater than or equal to 50. It should never be greater than 50, but just in case. Technically, I have seen it a couple times where it like just barely overcharges the item, and it shouldn't, but it does. I haven't been able to figure out exactly what causes that, but if it's greater than or equal to 50, then when we enter a new room, there's a 33% chance that we release 1 to 4 souls. For each of those, we're going to want to set our active charge, right? So this right here. But we're actually going to set it -1 each time. And then... I don't think I would listen to this. You know what? Sure, we'll listen to that. Alright, so we set our active charge to -1, whatever it is currently, right? I actually do think that we need a... and then let's check what our effect types are. No, I think it's actually going to be an entity type, isn't it, right? Nothing for Purgatory. What about Soul? Spirit? Ghost? Maybe it is an effect. Effect variant? I think this Purgatory here is just the crack on the floor. A ghost pickup. I don't know what that is. Uh... Shit. Fuck it. Let's try this purgatory one. I think this is gonna be the crack in the floor, but we're gonna try it. So we want to spawn... what was the number on there? 189. Okay. Let's try this. So, for those wondering, by the way, the game does have a way to check to see if your item is at max charge. But if it has the special charge type, it's going to always return like that it's not at max charge, even if it is, which is really weird. So that's why we have the workaround to check like the very specific number of charges that it has. So what oh no. Shit, what did I do? 823. That's what I did. Forgot to include the ID part of the item ID. Whoops. Okay, so I'm gonna debug 8 to max charge and then do it again. Okay, so... it does work, but... it actually continuously spawns purgatories. That's interesting. I don't think that's what I wanted. So what if we do... let's try Pickup Ghost, maybe? I don't know what that means, but we're gonna try it. I wish I could see what these effects are. Okay, so we're gonna do debug 8, debug 4. Oh, I need to make sure. Wait. And then I need to make sure that we check for combat in a given room. I want to make sure that, you know, when we're... and you know what? Okay, couple things. First of all, while we're testing this, let's just set the chance to 100. And then... I want to make sure that... what is it? AO, that check combat? Is that what it is? Yeah, okay, so if... AO.check.combat double equals true. Let's try that. So, I'm gonna debug 8, and then exit out, and then debug 8 again. Uh-oh. I don't know what exactly happened, but the game did not like it. So don't do that one. Hungry Soul, maybe? Isn't that an item? This one. Yeah, fuck it, let's try it. Basically what we want, right? Like, if it works, if it's not just stationary, that's actually exactly what we want. Let's do 186. Hungry Soul is really mediocre because it struggles to chase down enemies when it kills other enemies. Like, when you kill one and it spawns a soul, like I said, it struggles to chase the other ones down. But I think activating it at the beginning of the room would actually be pretty strong. So, yes, it works. However, it doesn't seem like it has any functionality to explode. Because we don't have Hungry Soul itself. What if we give ourselves Hungry Soul? Oh, of course, we're not actually at full charge, so it didn't do anything here. Wait, so it removed 2 charges from us, but it only gave us 1 soul. Maybe they stacked. Maybe they're, like, right on top of each other. So will this cause it to explode now that we have Hungry Soul? No. Okay. So let's try something else here. So we're spawning type 0. What if we spawn subtype 1? Do we think that's gonna make a difference? It does work though. I wish it's I think what I want to do, I actually know how to fix it. I was gonna say I wish it would spawn separate from each other, but it's because I'm spawning them all like right on top of me. And if I can spawn them in different places, it should go physically to different places. Oh, it's white. I like that, actually. Okay. So, okay. This actually gives me an idea. I can work with this. This is really cool. So what if instead of, shit. What if instead of, I just realized that this part of the song is so quiet that it's actually not even coming through my stream. I want to do something with this specifically. And I think what I want to do is I want to give those souls a little bit of contact damage. But I don't know if I want to put that into the effect of like having the item overcharged. Because again, that's just a passive effect. I could, you know what? I could do it as both. Let me check one more thing. What is subtype 2 here? I like that subtype 1 is a white soul because it differentiates it pretty significantly from Hungry Soul, right? Because Hungry Soul is always red. But it looks like we might be able to differentiate it. And if that's the case, if subtype 2, so for example, for the wisps, the souls that we collect, subtype 0 is blue, subtype 1 is red, subtype 2 is technically different, it's its own subtype, but it is also blue. So what is subtype 2 for this one? Also red. So it's very similar to the thing. Okay, so here's my idea. So let's do, instead of releasing 2 to 4, let's do 1 to 4. Let's do 1 to 3, right? And then I'm gonna actually write this down. So we entering a new room has a chance to remove 1 to 3 angry souls from the stone, causing them to become. Let's do white hungry souls, right, from the stone. These chase down enemies, and deal minor contact damage. Okay, and then once the room is cleared, they disappear. So don't make it so they do anything additional. And then what I can do is, so that'll be subtype 2, right? So this is subtype 2. No, sorry, subtype 1. That's the white souls. Okay? So I'm assuming Hungry Soul itself uses subtype 1. So what I can also do is, using the item, releases a Hungry Soul, but it's subtype 2. Chases down enemies, deals more contact damage than subtype 1, persists between X number of rooms, or, you know what, persists between rooms, but is on a timer, explodes at the end of the time. Right? So then now we have a reason to actually activate, other than dying, we have a reason to activate the item. We get this really strong familiar for a certain number of time, or for a certain amount of time. So let's move that up here. You know what? No, I was gonna say that could be something else that the Broken Soulstone does. But I don't want to necessarily... damn. I feel like I'm overloading, right? Like, I feel like this has become too much. So... what if... damn. Like I said, I don't want to make this like crazy complicated where you have 100 different mechanics that you need to keep track of. So what if this is the use on Broken Soulstone? Okay. So you still have to collect a number of souls, but man, I really like the idea of releasing your own soul. Look, okay, here's an idea. So what if instead, using the stone as Lazarus 1 does release this, but returning as Laz 2 has a significant stat down. So that way a lot of your damage is coming from here. So when you use the stone, you release your own soul, which is this hungry soul, chases down enemies. And then, but instead of being on a timer, it disappears when the soul stone is fixed, or when entering a new floor. For Swiss, yeah. Yeah, and then that'll make it so it's also so the benefit of dying as Lazarus is not coming back as Lazarus 2 necessarily, right? Because you still get the benefit. But Lazarus 2 itself is actually going to be a weaker form of Lazarus, right? So overall, it's actually going to be a stat downgrade. You're still going to get the permanent +5 damage every time you die, and the permanent +1 luck, which I actually want to also apply to standard Lazarus. Apply luck up to both Laz forms. So just like in the base game, where dying as Lazarus increases your damage in both forms, increasing your luck will, or sorry, dying will increase your luck in both forms too. Okay, and then the big benefit is you have this high damage soul that's like killing things for you. Okay, and then we still need something for the Broken Soulstone to do, other than removing the enemies or the souls when you take damage. I do still like this idea though, right? So if you are trying to tactically use your Soulstone, it's still gonna end up removing some of your souls. There's a chance for it to remove the souls, and then do this thing. And I think that the contact damage for these guys should be like really small to make it so it's not like actually a good thing to do this. Technically you get a little bit of help, but it's actually a detriment. And I actually wonder if it would be worth losing more charge than you would gain for clearing the room. To kind of prevent you from keeping it at full charge and not just using it. Although, is that necessary? I don't know. I'm not sure. Let's code this. Let's code this part, and then I'll figure out if it's necessary. I am gonna take a quick break though. I just realized that my mic was muted. I will be right back.
If you could only see the way she loves me, then maybe you would understand why I feel this way about our love and what I must do. If you could only see how blue her eyes can be when she says she loves me. Well, you got your reasons, and you've got your lies, and you've got your manipulations. They cut me down to size. Say you love, but you don't. You keep your love, but you won't. If you could only see the way she loves me, maybe you would understand
All right. So let's start with this. Spawning the guys, right? Let's actually remove double the amount of charge, right? So each soul that spawns. Oh, I guess I should probably put it back to full screen. Sorry. God, why does my mic keep getting muted when I switch? So it could be up to 6 charge per room when this triggers, okay? And then I want to do... hold on, there's a way to randomize this that I've done before. I don't remember. What's this? And then so I'm gonna have to code in their damage and them getting removed, right? So I think all we have to do here is if we have Soulstone 1, and then we're already detecting room enemies, right? So let's actually do this. And then if entities type, or sorry, variant. What was our variant for that? 186. Oh yeah, and we want subtype of one. So 186. Then if our subtype double equals 1, then we actually want to run this for loop again. So to kind of show you what we're going off of here, I have this check in Cloak and Dagger to see if a bomb interacts with a devil statue, right? So we run the initial loop, and then we check to see if there's also a devil statue in that same area. So like I said, we want to run the same loop again, but instead of doing for I on this one, we want to do for J, and then if entities J is vulnerable enemy, then we don't care if it interacts with anything else, right? We just want it to be an enemy. Then we check our distance, right? Where do we have our distance check in here? I think it's this. Yeah, so right here. So if the distance between the enemies, so if the distance between J, which is our vulnerable enemy, so 80 is 2 tiles, so 1 tile is 40. We need them to basically be on top of each other, right? So let's do half a tile. Let's do 20. You know, I do 18 to collect the soul. Let's do that. Let's do 18. Then we want the vulnerable enemy to take damage. So entities J take damage. Now I'm actually going to go ahead and check the take damage here. So the damage is going to be very minimal, right? How much health does a black fly have? Like 5? Let's do 2 damage. We want our flag to be cooldown, so I think I have this listed in constants. Yeah, cooldown right here. So we want the flag to be ao.flag.cooldown. Our source is going to be entities I. And then our damage countdown. So this is the number of frames between damage. Let's do 10. Right? So these guys deal... there's 30 frames per second. So these guys deal 6 damage a second. That feels kind of high. You know what I want to do, actually? Is I want to check. Let's check something like Little Chub. How much damage does he do? Dealing 3.5. He deals 105 damage. Wow, that's way more. Okay. So this actually might be too low. We'll see. Let's boost this to 5, so they do 15 damage per second, which again is not a lot, but there could be up to 3 of them per room. And then what we want to do is, if room is clear, then do this, and we only want to do this if the room is not clear. So if the room is clear, then we want essentially what we did over here, or when we take damage, right? We want to do our entity damage. We literally want this exact thing here. Right? That should work, right? That should be good? Let's try that. So our chance should still be set to 100. I actually didn't check before swapping this over, but I think it should be 100. I actually want to give myself spider mod too. So G spider mod. Whoops. Debug 8. Debug 8 again. Debug 4 for our high damage. I think that's it. Okay, so we do have an issue here. Oh, right. We need an entity ref. That's actually a really easy fix. I forgot about that. So what we do to fix that is we actually go down here and we go entity ref entities I. I didn't happen to notice how many spawned there, so I don't know if they're all stacked up on top of each other. Try again. Oh, that is actually still quite a bit of damage. And the explosion at the end is kind of strong, too. Oh, right, we're not actually full charged, so it didn't actually... Right. So it is only taking 1 instance of 5 damage, though. So I wonder if... I wonder if that is only one guy. No, it's definitely not one guy because of the damage cooldown. Oh, that fire just got hit from Spider Mod. So it's not a ton against bosses, it's just really strong against, it's really strong against, like, weak enemies. So here's what I want to do then. I don't want to spawn more than one of them. There's just no reason for it. There's just absolutely no reason for it. So what I want to do instead... This works really, really well. Our damage tick does. It basically makes it familiar, right? So that's awesome. So what I want to do is when we spawn them, when we enter a new room, instead of doing this for loop, this RNG for loop here, what I want to do is I want to set their charge. So we actually only want to do each of these once. And then what we'll do is we'll do, first of all, we'll remove this and just spawn the one on top of us. And we will we'll do minus RNG random ints. Now this RNG could be 0, so we're gonna do 1 between 1 and 10. Would it be reasonable to remove 10 charges when this activates? I think so. And then let's do, we'll nerf the chance down to 33% again. And then, you know what? Let's make it a 50-50. We'll make it a 50-50. And then let's reduce its damage down a little bit. Let's take it down from 5 to 3. Yeah, that should be pretty good. Let's try it again. Let's see how this feels. I could actually even reduce this further, because I don't want it to like clear rooms, and I know that's kind of hard to tell on man, my brain just stopped. On early floors, because everything has such little health. Okay, so we didn't get it that time. Sorry, the dog is yelling in the background. Okay, we did get it that time. Yeah, that feels better. That feels a lot better. Oh, right, we're not full charge this time. Yeah, so we got a lot of charge removed that time. Yeah, we're not even one-shotting flies. It takes a couple of ticks of damage. Yeah, that's perfect. That's awesome. I like that a lot. Yeah, that's really good. Now, what I also want to do is I want to actually make this guaranteed if we're entering in a boss room. So, and you know what? I actually also want to update. So instead of being between 1 and 10, let's remove 5 at a minimum. It's gonna be 5 to 10 charges. Okay, and then. So if it triggers, it's 5 to 10. So if so this should always be true in boss rooms, right? So if RNG random in or room get type double equals 5. So this will always trigger if we're at full charge, walk into a boss room every time. All right, cool. Let's write that down. So let's do if at full charge, activating the stone reduces stat penalties for reviving. Cool. And then 50% chance when entering combat room or 100% at boss room to spawn a ghost, or to remove 5 to 10 charges and spawn a ghost familiar that does what was it? It was 9 damage per second to enemies. Cool. Oh yeah, and you know what? I do have it listed here that they disappear. Oh, hold on one second. Oh shit, my YouTube stream stopped because of the music that we're listening to. Let me see if I can fix that real quick. Let's do something real fast. No, it still says I'm live. What's going on here? What is... No, it does say it's suspended. It's so weird. I've been, like, talking the whole time. I know I'm playing more music than I normally do, but... I guess there's a cap on how much copywritten music can be played. We'll just have to keep that in mind next time, I think. Let's do this real quick. I'm gonna actually just take this out of the screen to make sure that it's working. Let's do some no copyright sounds, huh?
I still hear your voice at night, make me feel alright. Jump right back into my heart.
Alright.
'Cause we could dance the night.
That should fix that, hopefully.
Ain't no need to be afraid.
I'm probably gonna have to turn it down a little bit.
Still hear your voice
Yeah,
at
it's pretty bad.
night, make me feel alright. Jump right back into my heart. 'Cause we could dance the
Alright, let's try that again.
night.
Apparently YouTube is very mad about the type of music I listen to, but that's okay. So, let's actually turn this down even further. Alright, so we got this functioning, right? This is working, this is perfect, this is beautiful. Works really, really well. Like, really, really well. Oh yeah, sorry, but we don't want it to disappear. We want it to... Sorry, we don't want it to explode. We want it to disappear. I did the explode thing, but I don't think I like it. So instead what we're going to do is we're going to come back up here. And then we're going to, instead of doing this remove and explode, we're going to remove and just poof it. Okay, so that way, again, it's still not even as strong. Oh, you know what I actually also want to do? To indicate a little bit better that it's happening, I want to do... an animate collectible here. Do I want to do this pickup sparkle? No, I want to do the faster one. That is when it gets used. I picked here. Let's use item, player pickup. This one. This one right here. So, let's try this again and make sure this is functioning correctly. Okay. Nope, we want to debug 8. And then undebug 8. I want to debug 4 just so we can clear rooms quicker. Yeah, perfect. You know what actually could be kind of cool too is if make it so we can't collect souls in the room that activates in. That could be interesting. I don't know if it's necessary, but it could work. It could be interesting. We'll leave it like this for now. Works really well though. Alright, so now what I want to do is basically do the same thing with a stronger soul for actually using the soul stone. We want to make sure that it persists between rooms and everything too. So let's do... Let's do this. So we definitely don't need to animate the collectible or set the charge. I actually don't even know why I did that. Move this to the top of this section here too. So we want to specifically add, or we want it to be subtype 2. Now we also want to make sure that we do add an entity flag here, right? Add entity flag. And then we want that flag to be persistent. Where is it? Persist. It is. So the entity will persist between rooms. So this should make it continue to follow, right? I think. This should just work. And then come back up here to our frame updates like we had before. And the reason why we switched it out like this is if it is entity, if entity's I dot subtype double equals 2, then we run the same for loop, right? And then, but instead of, so keep it to be the same cooldown so that way it feels pretty similar, but let's significantly increase its damage. I mean, even this might be too low, but let's give that a shot. Let's try this. So this should, hopefully, just persist between rooms, should just work. And then, you know what could be interesting is we could actually also make it spawn creep, but that might be a little bit too strong, because then the creep will be doing massive amounts of damage. So let's do debug 8. We've got our crazy guy. Got funny eyes. So he does persist between rooms, which is fantastic. They're not taking damage though. Huh. Interesting. Why is that? This for loop isn't any different other than the taking damage part. So why is that not working? Is it because this isn't triggering? I did set the subtype to 2, right? Yeah. Is it something weird with the persistent flag? Let's print something here and see if it just like runs it. Okay, let's try this. Let's make sure that the ghost is actually, like, being detected correctly between rooms. I almost wonder if it's something weird with that subtype. And I want to be careful with the subtype because I don't want to accidentally make Hungry Soul like an insanely overpowered item with this character. Okay, so it's not properly detecting this as subtype 2, is what's happening. So even though we specified subtype 2, it's almost like it doesn't actually exist. So unlike our souls, subtype 2 isn't real, essentially. That changes things. Yeah. Alright, so let's do this. Let's make it a 0, right? And then... we'll do subtype 0 here. And then we'll just remove this print, and we'll just test it again. And if that doesn't work, then we can keep it at a 2 and figure out why the hell that's not working. Oops, too far. Okay, so that also is not working. So, something up. I'm actually having... I think you can still hear me. I'm having that same issue that I had a while ago, where Twitch just appears as a black screen for some reason, but the VOD is still working fine, and the stream on my other platforms are working fine. So yeah, if you can hear me, that's what's up. I actually had the stream loaded up on my mobile for a little while, just like the last time this happened. I mean, if you want to sit and hang out, I would recommend either pulling me up on YouTube or on Kick. I just don't know what the issue is. I don't know what causes it. Now the second time it's happened, and I just can't figure it out. So my guess is that it has something to do with the persistent flag. Something is happening with this persistent issue, or this persistent flag that's causing it to not properly detect. So let's stick this back to 2 for now. We'll stick the frame updates back to 2 as well. Okay, what the hell? Here. You know what? Let's actually hold on. Let's remove the persisting flag. And then let's try this on... Let's just try it in the same room and see if it works. Okay. So we'll debug 8 again here. We'll enter a room with peeps in it. Still not working. Aww. So it's not the persistent flag that's the issue. It's something up with the collision code. But why? So what if I remove, let's just comment this out for now. And what if I just change this to does not equal 0? Oh, shit. I mean, so that's still working for that, which is fantastic. It's still not working with this one, though. That's interesting. So what they're dying to is my my creep. So it's almost like there's something up with it with the subtype that it's just not liking. I wonder why. Let's do this. I wonder if the subtype is equaling 0. Like, even though I'm spawning subtype 2... Oh, wait, am I still... Did I go back to spawning subtype 2? Yeah, I did, okay. So let's do... Where did it go? Let's print the subtype. Let's try that. Let's check it. So I'm very intentionally spawning a subtype 2. Because I think that should let me differentiate between it and like a regular Hungry Soul. Oh, wait, what? It spawned. Oh, right, because there's no combat in this room, so it cleared it. So it's detecting it. It's detecting the subtype too, but... So why isn't it dealing damage then? That makes no sense. I don't understand. Why is this take damage not working? It's the exact same thing as this take damage. At one point, literally, right? But for some reason, this specific subtype just can't deal damage. So what if I change the entity ref? Like, maybe there's something in the code that would actually make a lot of sense. There's something very specific in the base game code that prevents those guys from dealing contact damage. Would be my guess. So what if we entity ref to player here? Try this. Shit, I did it again. Oh, I'm still printing the flag. Whoopsie daisies. No, it's still not working. Wow. It's also not printing the subtype anymore? Wait, what? It's not printing the subtype when the subtype equals 2? What? Is it changing? What? I am extra confused now. Do I still have the persistent flag removed? No. Just remove that for now. So it's like it's not even detecting the variant anymore. I don't understand. Alright, here's what we're gonna do. We are just gonna flat out print the entities I dot variance and a slash and the subtype. No, we'll do a point actually. Of course, I just realized that because I typed a point that my mic is muted. Don't know how long that's been the case. Hey, it says 186.2. But it's like it doesn't exist for more than a frame. Why does it only exist for one frame? Right? Because this should be happening. Oh my god. I figured it out. I fucking figured it out. Oh my god. Okay, let's fix this. God damn it. So what we want to do here is we want to do our for loop. If entity, so if we have 1000, then if it's 179 and subtype 1, and that's when we want to check to see if it's if it's room type 5, which is the boss room. And then here we want to take this part of the code. We want to do this, and then we want to do an AND statement, and then we'll take this. And then we can remove this from this section, and then we just take this up here and do AND here, and then remove that. And the reason why it's not working is because I had coded it under the part to detect if we have the soul stone. But of course, when we die, the soul stone gets removed. So we actually need to run it under the part where we have the broken soul stone specifically. That's what's gonna fix this here. So let's try this. Now again, because we have this marked as persistent, this should just come with us between rooms. I don't know if it's going to come with us between floors. We'll see. And of course, it wasn't doing damage, so I don't know how powerful it is, but we're gonna give it a shot. Oh, we're missing something. 444. If and for and here. We had one too many ifs. Or one too many ends, that is. Whoops. Oof, man, that is... You know what? I actually... Whoa. Okay, hello. I think what I actually want to do is... I want to make it have... my damage, I think? Yeah, that's pretty strong. So, is it removed between floors? No. Oh, right, but yeah, because it's not going to do any damage anymore because we... Wait. Did it remove our soulstone? Uh-oh. Now we just don't have the soulstone. Uh-oh. And if we save an exit, then it also removes the dude. Shit. So... Why didn't we get the soulstone? What the hell happened there? That's this here. Wait, didn't it animate it and everything? Why didn't it set our pocket active? Doesn't that... What? Does it just not work that way? Did I do something wrong?
Can't kill what I've become. I scream until I'm numb. Now with the summer
I really wanted to try to do a run with this guy tonight, but man, I'm running into a lot of unexpected issues. Okay, so... Okay, so we have our broken soulstone, right? And we're gonna have this dude clear out the room. I actually wonder if it would be worth, like, respawning this guy, each room. Okay. I have the soulstone. What happened last time? Why did I lose it last time? It's... what? Why is it being removed when I go down the floor? What? What? Why is that happening? Is it only when we go down the floor, or is it when we go into a new room? What? I'm gonna try this again. And instead of leaving, instead of going to the next floor, I'm going to go to the next room. I really don't understand why it's being removed. Okay, so we're gonna hit this. Gonna fix our soulstone. We have it. It works fine. Let's even go collect a soul. Maybe not. Okay, so spawn a fly. Right, and he's not going to do any damage right now, but that's fine. Okay, so we've even collected a soul, okay? Oh, I actually just realized that's kind of a problem too. Is what were Lazarus 2 but this guy doesn't do any damage because we don't have the regular soulstone anymore. So maybe we tie this guy to being Lazarus and not to the soulstone. Yeah, it's just being removed when we enter a new floor. Why? Is it because we're switching back to Lazarus? What if we don't break it? Does it work fine if it doesn't break? I just want to get like a couple souls here. So it works fine if it doesn't break. Is it because the character is getting initialized again? Like we're technically a different character when we enter a new floor? Because we have nothing under the new floor section that would do that. And it is very specifically when we enter a new floor, right? Shit. I guess maybe just check to see if we don't have it and then give it. In the same way that we respawn the ghost. When did our music stop? Let me check something real quick. Well, the issue with just re-adding it is that if you have if you have charges, then they're not going to carry over to the next floor. Is it because we're not removing it? And we're just setting the pocket active? Is the game having an issue with that? So let's do this. Set pocket. I'm gonna skip over all these. So what I want to do here then is player remove collectible, right? So ao.itemid.soulstone true to true. Well, let's actually do false here. And then I just wonder if it's something to do with overriding the pocket active and not actually properly removing it. Wait, am I adding into the wrong pocket slot? Hold on. Set pocket. No, see, it's active slot. It's not a pocket slot. Yeah, because pocket 2 is value 3, and I'm setting into value 2. Okay. That's not the issue. So the only thing that I can think of is that it's having a hissy fit over the item not being removed correctly. So let's try it. Let's try it again. Okay, so let's debug 8. Let's also debug 4. Wait, what happened to our guy? He's here. And I think I cleared the rooms too quickly is what it is. Nope, I broke him. He's just not following anymore. Dude. Dude, why? What the fuck? I don't understand. Let me test one more thing. Hold on. If I go into a new floor with the broken soul stone, not fixing it, does it also get removed? Also, like, why the fuck did the guy stop following me? That's super weird. Like I was moving between rooms too quickly. It's so weird, like that's not even where he was. I think the issue is that I'm just moving through rooms too quickly. He's getting lost on the grid. I think I do want to manually respawn him each time, though. Okay, we're not gonna fix it. Or keep it broken. It's still removed. So, something to do with... something... Damn. For some reason, removing the pocket active... Let me try something else. Well, no, see, like, if this was the case, it would just reactivate it every time. Okay, I wonder if just removing pocket items, like, just fucks with it. Does this song use sands? The fuck? I don't know where this other remote collectible is. No, we want to keep that one. There it is. I don't... I don't know. Maybe the answer is to not add a second soul stone. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna take a quick bio break. I'm going to step away for a second and refresh my head and see if I can figure out what's up here. I'll be right back. Okay, sorry. I just realized that this section also is not capturing my songs here. So you guys were just left in complete silence. So what if I don't use it? What if I die? Nope. So something to do with removing it after it's set really fucks with something. Why though? Why is that the case? Damn. So I guess maybe we just don't do a broken version of this? Like maybe that'll obviously fix the issue. Um, man, that's frustrating. Okay. So I think what I do is just not.
Getting used to quiet when the noise dies down. I can see the damage when I look around.
You know what? I do want to test something.
So I'm here for now.
You know, I can actually look in the documentation, I guess. Um,
Find something you believe in. Find someone who will leave when everything you build starts breaking down. Find a place you can return to. Find a truth you can hold on to when the lights go out and you're lost somehow. It's love, 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 love. When everything's falling in and out, it's love, 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 that pulls you back somehow.
hmm. So
I gave all my time to the wrong mistakes. Tried to run
I wonder if there's a bug here.
Every open road still feels the same, but I'm learning now it's okay to change. If
Okay. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna remove all of the stuff with a second broken stone. Okay. We're just gonna remove all of it, and then we're going to. Let's start with that. Let's start with that. Let's start with removing the shattered soulstone, right? And then let's do basically anything that mentions Soulstone 2, we just get rid of. So this is fixing it, right? We don't need to fix it if it doesn't break. We do still want this part though, because I'm gonna move that up here. We'll fix it in a second though. So we just flat out do not need this section. Don't need that section. We'll just, so instead of making it so he doesn't have Soulstone 2, let's make sure that the item isn't fully charged. How about that? Or I'm just gonna remove this for now. We'll come back to it. Like I said, we don't need the explosion stuff anymore. I kind of didn't like it anyway. We don't need it here. We don't need to play the breaking sound effect because it's not gonna break. So that's it, right? So now we shouldn't have any issues with the fucking shenanigans of the pocket active being removed. I don't know why that's happening. But we're gonna have to work with it, I guess. So from here, let's update our documentation real quick. And I'm gonna move this back up. So what allows Laz to not have red heart penalty? And we'll figure that out in a second. So let's keep this.
I swore I'd block your number for good, but here you are texting me you up. I know exactly where this is.
So using it
On your side of the bed,
releases it. And then
myself don't fall this.
let's fix this real quick. So if it is type 1, then whoops, if then, and then here if oops, if it's a subtype 2, then we do this. Okay, so
Your friends all think I'm over this phase. Mine keep telling me to watch.
you know what, I actually have a pretty good idea here too. What if, like I mentioned before, we actually do still remove this guy after the room is clear? But we respawn him on the next combat room. We'll need a flag for it, right? But that's okay. So let's do this, and then I'll clear this up too. So let's remove the subtype check here. And then we're gonna do here. If it's subtype 1, then else if it's subtype 2. Because we don't actually want to do it if it's subtype 0. And then we actually want to make this do player dot damage. And we want to do this 2. And then we can remove this flat out. And then oh wait. Okay. Okay. So this should still work, but what we're gonna want to do is we're gonna need another true false statement, right? So yeah, actually we don't need a new one. So when we enter a new room, okay, actually hold on. So we don't need the persistent flag here, right? End of story. And then where's our new room? Okay, so if we have hold on. Let's do the combat check first. And then we'll do here if ao.lazres or no, las stone double equals true, then spawn this guy. And we'll animate this too. And then, so if this all works, then what I'm gonna want to do here is, let's can only use once per floor, and something else. We'll come back to it. Let's test this. Really sucks too. I like the idea of the broken soul stone stuff. I don't know exactly what the issue is. I don't know why changing floors is removing it. My guess is that once Pocket Active is added, something fucky happens if you try to add another one. Mm, 837. We have too many ends. It's right here. So I say what we do is oh yeah, that's the other part of that. We need to figure out what to do with the souls. Once we activate it, there's no point in the souls still being there, right? Okay, so it didn't respawn the guy for some reason. And it removed... What the fuck? So I guess part of this, it's really funny because I figured this out before. Part of this is happening. Whoops. Like this section here is happening even for Tainted Lazarus, and I don't understand why. Oh yeah, we've already made it so the soul stone can be activated more than once per floor. We've already done that. So I guess I don't need to even worry about that. So let's make sure that this doesn't remove it, I guess. I really don't understand why it's getting removed. Why? I think I know why. I think I know why. I don't think this is gonna fix the Lazarus 2 stuff. Hold on, hold on, hold on. If this does, okay, if what I'm about to do works, then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna rewind this entire clock back to the Broken Soul Stone. No, because again, I think not having it makes things less complicated. So I think what the issue is because the game thinks that Lazarus 1 or Lazarus Risen is a different character. I think it's having a hard time like trying to get this pocket active to set. And I think that's what the issue is when going down floors as well. And if that's the case, then I might still be able to keep the cool stuff that I had going on with the Broken Soul Stone. Nope, it's just getting removed for some reason. I don't... Why? I don't understand. Oh my god, is it this fucking typo right here? I swear to god. If it's that typo, I'm gonna be pissed. Where the hell was that? Shit. Here it is. Okay. Let's try one more time. I guess it may have potentially been that typo. I don't understand. Is it something weird with debug 8? Let's try to charge this naturally and see what happens. Actually wouldn't be too bad of a start. Pretty good items. What's extra weird is that when you become Lazarus too, it's still not setting the pocket active. So I think here's what I need to do. Hey Citrella, welcome in. I don't know if you can actually see the stream right now, but if you can hear me and can't see the stream, I've been having an issue with Twitch today. And so if you want to hang out and you can't see, I would recommend coming over to YouTube or Kick. We're not doing Hunt tonight. We're doing Isaac. Working on my mod. And I'm feeling really defeated. So on frame update, when I initially become Lazarus, I'm going to set the pocket active. Right, so hold on, let's find it down here, wherever it's at. Player in it, here we go. So this is not doing anything. So let's do when we first become Lazarus up here. There we go. Yeah, sorry for the weird issue on Twitch. I haven't been able to figure out what the problem is, and I had my own stream up for a while and then it just went black for me too, so I don't know what the issue is, but thanks for hanging out over on YouTube at least. Appreciate you being here. I hate that I have to restart the music every once in a while, it's really annoying. I'm gonna set the pocket active here. And then what we're gonna do is on a new floor, because the pocket active can only be used once per floor anyway. Yeah, you know what, I'm gonna just test it one more time. I think this character is running across some really fucky issues where because they switch characters, that pocket active is being removed, and that's probably why this character doesn't fucking have two pocket actives anyway, or a pocket active at all anyway in the base game. But I really feel like this is a base game issue and not something that I'm doing wrong with my mod. It's really annoying. You saw it flash, right? It got removed for a second. But we still have it, right? We've still got it. Now, if I... I'm pretty sure if I go down a floor, it's gonna work. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Switching characters just fucks it. Man, that's so weird. So it works totally fine if you don't swap, but if you swap it, it just fucks it. So then what I'm gonna do is I'm going to just set the pocket active on each floor. Now, what that might... I was gonna say, I could bring back the brokens part of this, but, like, there's no point. There's just no point. Right? So... new floor. we'll do Lazarus here, right? So if their player type is 8 or 11, then we set that pocket active. And then what we're also going to do is we're going to make it so we don't get charge if the item's been used already this floor. AO.check.las res. Yeah, because we don't want Lazarus Risen to get souls. And then, or sorry, no, we actually want this to be false. So as long as we haven't revived, then we can get souls on the floor. Because the Lazarus resets per floor. And then, man, I just feel so fucking defeated by this. That's so annoying. I had something really cool going on, but like, just the base game code, I think, fucked me here. I really think that's what the issue is. And it feels bad. Yeah, so the biggest issue with this is, though, you're gonna lose soul charge between floors. Like, there's just nothing I can do about it. And so what I think I might do is, because I think you can do a like pre-entering a new floor. I think there's a pre-new level, right? Or is there not? Oh, there's not. Let's check the repentance code, or the repentance docs. That's a post still. There's a pre-room exit. Pre-level place room. So there's not a pre-new level. So the reason why I wanted to check was I essentially wanted to check and see what the player's charge was, and then I could just set it to be the same. Like just manually set it. So we actually already have it so we can only use it once per floor. This is working. Oh wait, no. Hold on. Is it working? It wasn't working before. Why wasn't it working before? Because the item was being removed when we swapped characters. So let's try it now. So let's make sure that that's working before we move on. Because that's still the reward for... That's one of the rewards for dying to the Soul Stone and not any other way. So... has to specifically be a combat room. No, it still doesn't work. Oh man, I'm gonna lose my mind. New room. If you equal any either of these, and last stone is true. Fuck, I see why. It's because the variable is not AO last stone, it's AO check last stone. God damn it. Okay. So, one more thing that I want to do with this is I don't want to spawn it when I die unless we're in a combat room. So, here. If room is, if not room is clear. We have room, yeah, okay. So that way it doesn't spawn if you die in a non combat room. However, I just realized that the ghost won't help you in boss rush. Hold on one second. Ambush. Or room is ambush active. And then we can add that to the other rooms too. Ah, shit. We don't need it there because, this just isn't needed. Shit. This does nothing. Okay, cool. So, because I don't want to check every frame and spawn that guy every frame if an ambush is active. I only want to do it as soon as the ambush happens. I'm gonna have to set another flag to check for the active ambush and then removing the enemy again, right? So let's do this. So on frame updates, if room is ambush active, right? Is that what it was? Yeah, is ambush active? Then, let's do, Laz Ghost here. And we'll set the defaults on a new room. If ao.check.lasghost double goes false. Actually, I just realized I want to put this under Lazarus and not the Soulstone. Then let's spawn our guy. Where did we go? I've got so much code that I'm working with right now. Holy hell. Spawn our guy. And then we make this check true. And then we also set this to true. No, sorry. We set that to false when the room is clear. So that should make it so it activates once. Wait, hold on. There's one more check that we need to do. So we also need to check to make sure that on frame updates, if ao.check.las stone equals true. Because we don't want to do this if not. We just want to skip it. So now, as long as we have died, and like if we enter boss rush or whatever, it should still activate. So what I need to do now is I need to find a challenge room. Alright, perfect, there's one. Let's hurt myself. You know what, actually... Let's do this. So when I walk in here, there's no ambush, but as soon as the ambush is true... I mean, it kind of worked. Why did it spawn the poofs so many times? That was weird. Yeah, and then he goes away as soon as it's clear. So... why did that happen? Hold on. Let me try it again. So... yeah, it's like when it activates, it tries to spawn him a whole bunch, but it's clearly not spawning more than one, is it? I don't understand. Wait, but hold on. We're not even spawning a poof here, though. So what's happening? Where are those coming from? I do want to spawn a poof, but I don't know where those are coming from.
I was chasing shadows, moving too fast. Didn't see the way our love couldn't last. Now I'm stuck replaying what I put you through.
I think this is what's doing in here. I think because the room is technically clear, but it is also in an ambush state, it's immediately spawning it, but removing it. I think that's what's happening. So let's try that. Oh man. One of these days this character will be ready to play. Right. Oh, fuck. Whoops, that's not what I meant to do. That works. And he disappeared. Cool. Great. And then as soon as I activate this, happens once. That's perfect. And then as soon as the room is clear, so we're still in the ambush, so it's not going to remove him. And now it does. Okay, perfect. Perfect. Okay. So... this part doesn't matter anymore. Spawns a ghost familiar that does player damage per times 3 per second to enemies. I should find a way to like make this a minimum, like in case we have soy milk or something. You know what? I know actually a really good way to do that. I can fix this. So spawn a ghost familiar that does player damage times 3 per second to enemies. Removed at the end of each room, but is respawned during combat. Cool. So what I want to do here, I'm actually going to test it real quick, but what I think I can do is, see how we deal player damage with the cooldown being 10 frames, right? What if we set that instead of being 10 frames flat, if we do this as player.max fire delay? So the faster you can shoot, the quicker it takes damage. And then instead of being player damage times 3 per second, it's going to be exactly player damage per damage tick. and that damage tick is going to be exactly what your fire rate is. So essentially, every time it could take damage from you, it's taking damage from your familiar. However, if that works, then what I want to do is I want to do maybe double damage or triple damage. Let's check it. Let's see. I wonder if it'll go after dummies. Let's debug 8. Let's spawn a Monstro. Oh, combat's not true? Okay, come on. This is not a great example. Wait. Oh, because it's still full charge. Ah, shit. God damn it. Okay. So let's see how quickly this damage ticks. Yeah, it's pretty quick. So now what I want to test is I have soy milk. So now the damage should tick way faster. What? 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 Why? Why did this happen? Number has no integer representation. Really? Shit. Oh, you know what? Because, I know why. It's because our max fire delay can actually go into the negatives. So let's do this. Math dot floor. That should fix it, right? No, that's not gonna fix it. Alright, fuck it. We'll just keep it where it was. I don't know. I don't know, man. Okay. So, here's where we're at. I do want to reduce stats as Lazarus 2 since we have a powerful familiar, right? I want to make leftover souls do something. Okay. And then let's do this. Make souls do something after soulstone has been activated. And then bring this over. So now the benefit of not dying is going to be... Okay, so the benefit of dying specifically to soulstone will be to get the red ghost. Let's actually do make red ghost scale per floor, so that way the later on you get the stronger it is. So that way it still does decent amount of damage to like bosses and stuff. So we need to figure out what prevents him from losing his red heart deal and why that matters. So now the benefit of dying specifically to the soulstone is the red ghost, but the penalty is having negative stat, like poor stats, right? And then dying still gives you your stats for being in Lazarus form, right? Or the Lazarus Risen. And then not dying basically just doesn't give you those stats down. You don't get any of the, you don't get the damage or the luck up, but you don't get the other stats down either. I think that works. I do want to make sure that the red ghost it remains powerful per floor. Maybe have it deal a percentage of health instead of... That actually could be really interesting, is make it do a percentage of health rather than a flat damage amount. So maybe for like non-boss enemies, it could kill them in 5 seconds, but for boss enemies, it kills them in a minute on its own or something like that. And doing it that way actually could get around boss armor too, so it could make it really strong against like Hush and Delirium. So I'll mess with this more. I'll keep messing with this part. But I'm gonna leave it here for now. Like I said, I felt kind of defeated after the issue was discovered, switching Lazarus forms. But we'll get it. We'll get it there. But I appreciate everybody hanging out tonight. You're gonna not hear my music for just a second, because it doesn't like to play on the screen anymore. But I'll get that all figured out. Hopefully next time, we'll have it actually in a real playable state. So thanks everybody for hanging out. Have a good night.